Howdy, folks. Welcome to Soldering with Javi. Number 11, I guess it would be. A little impromptu soldering session here. 2, 3, 4. And one black. Howdy, howdy, folks. Just killing some time soldering here. Tin in the connector. Welcome, one and all. Howdy, howdy, folks. Just killing some time soldering. Welcome. Waiting for everyone to join in. Feel free to say hello in the chat. And I'm just soldering some connectors. And pretty soon I'll be done with all the boxes, at least the current orders, which will be a beautiful thing. Which means I'll be out and about on the property. Probably doing one of these lives from out on the property. But for now, still a soldering. Heat shrink is a beautiful thing. I highly recommend Anybody that's attempting any type of electronics and stuff like that, to get yourself a bunch of heat shrink. Protects you from shorts, makes everything look far more professional. Definitely the way to go. I see there's 4 or 5 people out there. Welcome. Welcome, gang. I'm just, like I said, doing a little bit of soldering, and these are the connectors that go on the Javi box. And I've got another 4 more left before I'm all caught up. So if anybody's out there, make sure you guys can hear me. If anybody hears me, let me know. Just want to make sure I'm talking into my mic. I'm not muted or anything. Give me a topic, I'll tell you a story. Always a nice thing. Okay. So here's another wonderful connector. Completed. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. That's 6, and I've got 4 more left. Oh joy. Let's do the yellow ones now. 4 yellow wires, 1 black. If anybody's bored and would like to join me, and you've got a webcam and want to join me on the channel here, by all means, let me know, and I'll be happy to send you a link. And we'll talk about something. In the meantime, how's everybody doing out there? You guys all staying safe, staying quarantined? I do imagine there's going to reach a point where people are going to say, you know what, I'd rather have the I don't know. Maybe, maybe not. There's a few people out there who probably will take a chance on, dare I say, death, or at least getting extremely sick because they're tired of the quarantine. I mean, out here, I was born in a quarantine practically, so I'm fine. But there are those. Oh, rain chance this evening. Good. Maybe things will cool down a little. Any comments out there? Uh, okay, let's see. Let me time myself. I'm about to start tinning this one. So let me set a timer. Just out of curiosity, just to see how much time. Let's see. Online stopwatch. I'm kind of curious to see how long it takes me for each one of these. So here we go. All right. Time to tin. For those of you that don't know much about soldering, let me tell you why it's important to tin these things. And when I mean by tin is I mean heat up the metal and heat up the metal so the solder adheres to the terminals. A little bit of solder. And then same thing goes for these wires. Heat up the wires and let the metal adhere to it. That way, when you go to place the connection, the heat will conduct through the solder. You need to have you need to tin the soldering iron so the heat will transfer from the soldering iron to this connection, and it'll go all the way through and melt everything, and you'll see it sink in. Now, once it's melted, there may be some pieces that are not melted. There may be some pieces that are melted, but the key is once you let go of it, it's going to all cool down and it's going to make a good solid solder joint. If you just drop a piece of solder on it, you're encasing it in solder, but the metal may not have had time to heat up to the point that it absorbs the solder. So you may get what they call a cold solder joint. And the last thing you want on any connector that you're selling or well, any connector, unless you really don't care about it, is a cold solder joint. You want as much, hey, Dave. Yeah, I wanted to take the day off, but I'll be honest with you. I figure, look, if I can get ahead on these and knock out by Friday all the orders that I have, then after Friday, it's all my time. And not only do I get a free weekend, but I get a free every day, and I'd rather be outside, frankly, cutting bamboo than in here soldering. At least for the moment. After 2 or 3 days of cutting bamboo, I'm sure I'd rather be in here soldering. But yeah. So where you from, David? I gotta ask over and over because I forget. People tell me where they're from and I always forget. And also, when you're in quarantine, every day's a day off. Attended my religious services. Got everything done that I needed to get done. Then I find myself staring at the TV. I've seen just about every program, so might as well continue with something that's somewhat fun or whatever. I cut these little pieces of heat shrink in the middle just to keep the wires together, just to be a little more neat. No other reason. So I got this. Where is my... There it is. Connector. Whoop. Hey, Dave, how's it going? I'm just about caught up, or at least I will be this week. So the end of Soldering with Javi, well, for a while, will be sometime this week. So I'll probably begin, cutting bamboo with Javi, or walking around the property with Javi, or something like that, But or Q&A with Javi, or chatting with Javi, or whatever. But I'll probably still be soldering, because after this week, I'll have everything caught up. But I won't have, but I'll still have, I'll still want to do some orders in the future, so there'll still be that. I'm getting ready to tin the next one, so I'm about to stop my stopwatch, but basically I'm looking at about 7 minutes per. 8 minutes. That's not too bad. That's when I started it was about 10 minutes per, so I guess this does, it's they're going faster. Everything's good here in the Central Florida. In Quarantineville, haven't seen a soul other than my cousin Alex, and him I visited at his shop from a extremely safe distance, but I haven't seen a soul since March 24th. So that's one way to remain healthy, is isolate you from everybody else. But what kind of life is that, Although with technology the way it is, it's a much better life now than when we were younger. I think the ones that got it toughest are probably, well, the city folks and the youngsters. Because, hey, happy Easter, Migs. Hey, you want to hop on? I'll send you a link if you like. The ones who got it rough are the youngsters and the city folks. They're used to being around a lot of people and they're probably going to be suffering the most, being stuck at home. Ah, okay, cool. I will say this though. I look forward to the days when I finally have this shop in place. When I finally have this shop in place, I'm going to have a nice big, nice camera and a nice big widescreen. So while I'm working, every now and then I'll let people into my workshop, as it were, because it's kind of nice to have. Yeah, I've got the MPOW headset. Uh, it's kind of nice to have your friends, your and and your fellow community people, whatever. They're along for the ride. I know that sometimes when I'm doing stuff, I like to have either Dave or Steve or Eloy or whomever, hanging out. I mean, there's been a number of times where I'm just sitting back and I'm not doing anything, watching somebody else work. Like Jerry Blakesley comes to mind. For those of you who know Jerry, he was doing a lot of machining and stuff, and he was working on he was doing some mechanical work and some repair work, and he would every now and then have a live FaceTime or a live whatever. It's kind of fun because, you're sitting back, you're watching somebody else work. Possibly falling asleep. It's all the same to me. Yep. Trim that nicer. Yeah. I was watching some Doctor Who on Pluto TV, but I always have either Doctor Who or MASH or something like that on the background. But it gets old, I gotta tell you, it gets old real quick. Music is always nice, I guess, but I don't know. I'm not much into music like I was when I was a kid. So has everybody got your honeydew lists all completely taken care of, or you still got more stuff on your lists? Because I know that's by the end of this crisis, there's not going to be a honeydew list left alive. Whatever I'm not doing that's on my list, my wife is taking care of. She's back home mowing the lawn and doing stuff that I normally do, and she's getting ready for a party for my daughter. An 18-year-old and you're not invited quarantine party, which is kind of funny, but we'll see what happens. Two left. And yes, happy Easter to everybody out there. Jesus Christ is risen. Let's see, what color shall we do? Let's see, that'll be a pair, that'll be a pair, that'll be a pair, that could be a pair, that could be a pair, that could be a pair, and that could be a pair. So any color really. Let's do blue and yellow. Hey Marvin, how's it going? Just doing the usual. Nothing different, nothing new. I lost one of these connectors today. It popped off the alligator clip, and I still haven't seen it. It's got to be rolled around here somewhere, but either dropped in a box or something. It didn't drop in the garbage, at least that much I know, but who knows where it is. I've got the extra top for it and screw for it right there, but oh well. It'll turn up eventually. One, two, three, four, and 5 terminals tinned. All right. Happy Easter to you too, Mervin. That's hot. All right, so I guess I'll share some Easter stories for you folks. Let's see here. Some of you know that for quite a number of years, I was involved in Santa's Enchanted Forest. Santa's Enchanted Forest is a theme park. It's a Christmas theme park that goes on for 67 days in Miami, and from pretty much from Halloween, from around Halloween until the beginning of January. Now, my cohort, Carlos, who has the Santa taking picture concession, for a while there, we partnered together, and in some. He also did Santa pictures in the malls, and and for a while there we partnered up. And it wasn't just Santa because of his connections, he also had the Easter Bunny concession. We would normally rent a either the mall would usually put together some sort of a display, and we'd have to bring in the costume. I mean, the costumed rabbit, and whatever other supplies to take pictures and stuff. And I was basically, it all started because Carlos years ago used to take these Polaroid pictures. You know, we're talking around the turn of the century, around the turn of the millennium. He would be, it would be Polaroids, and okay, let me see where I'm at. Okay, that one's got to be black. This one's got to be blue. So I converted him from. I created a system. You know, back before before these systems were in place, of taking pictures and very economically inkjet paper and all this. Well, long story short, we I saved him thousands on his developing and all that stuff, because with the Polaroids we're talking about $1.50 a print. But when you've got tens and thousands of shots, it's it could add up. And when I got the cost down to 20 cents, well, let's just say that was very helpful at the time. Now he's using a thermal technology, and it costs a bit more, but it's a higher quality. So, but back then, that's all we had. And we got together, and he also had, because of the contacts, he had the Easter Bunny picture concession. So for a while there, yours truly was tasked with taking pictures of kids over and over and over in a theme park that played the same 27 Christmas songs, and malls that would play the same Christmas music. Well, no, the malls were different, but the same Easter pictures every day. Yeah. Most of those, I would happy to say, were some good times. But I say that now, looking at it through rose colored glasses, as it were. Because I don't think I'd be doing any of that these now. And so, for those of you that don't know, one thing led to another. So that was the Easter Bunny story. They were very short. It was I used to take pictures of my employees in a big Easter Bunny costume, and then comes the Christmas, or rather the theme park story. I uh, I got together with Carlos, and we had purchased a. Hey, John, how's it going? My friend Carlos and he was doing the Santa taking pictures for a while. And then there was an opportunity to grab the other two photo concessions at the park, which were there were five total at the time. We're talking the 2000s. Um, there were no iPhones. There were no portable phones. The 1 megapixel camera hadn't been invented yet, so people that wanted to take pictures in theme parks would either have to lug a huge camera around, which nobody did, or pay money for us to. Those were good times. We were making some serious bank during during those days. I mean, serious money. Because, frankly, thousands of pictures, and then everybody got a camera, and it all, dwindled into where it wasn't worth it anymore, and I left those concessions. But, so there were five concessions. There was the Santa picture-taking concession. There was his second booth, which took pictures at the park with a popular character, Barney, Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, SpongeBob SquarePants, whichever one happened to be popular at the time, and there were a number of them that were very, very popular and as such. And so then the ones we had a chance to purchase were the giant chair slash giant toilet. For the longest time, and I'll show you some pictures next month when I'm home. I'll remind me, and I'll show you guys some pictures of the giant chair. But you've seen them at parks. It's a huge giant chair. The cushion itself is 4 foot by 4 foot by 10 inches tall, so you can imagine. I bought that concession along with the photos on T-shirts. You would take a picture of somebody behind a background and place it on a T-shirt. I did that for a number of years as a Well, it was. I could call it a side job, but it was enough. It was a whole year's salary for most people. Just those 2 months. It was, like I said, it was good money back then. Anyway, um, the last picture taking concession in the park was the Wild West photos. That guy, until he died, he had that concession for, well, just until he died. Um, so, ooh, am I done? I think I'm done. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. I'm not done. Ah, there it is. 16. All right, so like I said, it was fun. It was good times. I'd have 42 different banners. In fact, I still have. Hey, Keith, welcome. I still have a bunch of those ironed-on T-shirt banner blanks, and they don't make them anymore. So eventually, I'll. They're still in good condition. Eventually, I'll sell them to some carnival folk and stuff. And I've got quite a number of them in storage. I have to get them out of there and start selling them. But anyway, it was it was some good times. I'm glad they're over because in the beginning, like I said, we were making a lot of money, and then over the years, every year was less and less and less until it couldn't even manage to make payroll, let alone rent. You know. So that's cool. You do Santa and Mrs. Claus, Mervin? Yeah. So imagine, if you will, taking pictures with Santa Claus at the most popular Christmas theme park in Miami, a city with 2.8 million people. You're looking at an attendance of, my estimated guess from some inside sources is 700,000 people during the season per year. And that's a lot of, let's see, what color did I just do? All right, let's do yellow. That's some crowds. Eloy did that 1 year with me. Keith, you said you ordered a NEMA 24 dual shaft for the Z accidentally. Yes, you can mix a 23 and a 24 on the same machine. Not a problem. Not a problem. As long as they're not both on the Y. Both motors should be identical on the Y. If not, you're going to run into some issues. But as far as yeah, that's not a problem putting it on the Z. In fact, I've had people use different steppers on the Z. I've had people use different motors as well. Nope, nothing important. And yeah, you could even have a NEMA 34 if you had an extra one, or actually The opposite is true. If you put a 269 ounce motor on the Z, that's more than enough. I mean, you're not going to have an issue at all with it because, frankly, it's it's more than capable of handling that weight that's needed. And it's funny, I say that, but one of my machines at home, my Cam Master, it has 269 ounce motors. It doesn't have 425s. Now, granted, it's rack and pinion, but the Z is not. The X and the Y are rack and pinion, so they're geared differently, so they can do 800 inches per minute without a problem. But the Z is a 269 ounce motor on a screw drive, on a regular drive. So, yeah, nothing to worry about. Let's see here. Oh, hey, John. Yep. You're aligning the X-axis plates? Oh, excellent. Excellent. That's good to hear. That's good to hear. I can't wait to see that machine up and running. I'm looking forward to it. Folks, John is one of my first customers for the CNC controller I sell, for which parts I'm making for now. He is customer number 1, box number 2, and I hope he will be one of the first ones operating the machine, because I'm really looking forward to seeing my boxes carve something. I mean, I know they work. I mean, it's, wouldn't have been able to sell 20 of them if they didn't, and no complaints. I'm just waiting for somebody to post some pictures. I've tested it on my own machine, but I would have posted some pictures running it on my own machine, but there's only one problem. I was too busy building machines. So I guess that happens. This one, I believe, I have all the, well, now this is the, and have a great day, John, by the way, if you're not gone already. I've made 16 connectors, but now comes the fun part. Now I gotta solder the little connectors on it. I'll show you what I mean by that. Because this was the hard part, which was soldering the manually soldering the aviation connectors. Now comes kind of the easy part. It's still all time consuming, but some things are easier than others. And that is soldering 5 little connectors on this thing. I had a friend come in from out of town, and I don't know, those of you who have seen past videos where I'm in my, I call it the Gatton room, but where I'm in my workshop, where the Colossus is. And there's an area there because the Colossus is so big that I gotta suck in my gut and I gotta shove myself in just to get into the room. And my friend came in and he's like 30 something years old and walks right in. I mean, he walked in, he didn't have to even turn sideways. Got me to thinking, man, those were the days. Back when I was thin. Keith, yeah, you would use the same setup. But again, you have to see which motor it is, because it mostly depends on your driver more than anything else. But sometimes a motor and a driver, because of the pulses, or I've seen some motors that they say that they're standard, but they take 2 pulses instead of 1, or 1 instead of 2, and so you either have to double up or cut in half your motor turnings. Hey Tim, how's it going? So I would set all the settings and then do the calibration. Do your put it down on the table, set it to set Z to 0, put Z3 or whatever, and then measure it, make sure it goes up 3 inches and not 1.5 or more or worse. That's what I would do. Alrighty. Now, we have the connectors on there. Now we have to solder the little connectors. 4 per. And for this, I'm going to get out the solder pot. No, actually, I'm not. I'll just do it the old-fashioned way. Because if I do it with the solder pot, I mean, if I do it with the solder pot, I gotta dip it. Of course, it is faster. But hey, I got time. See, this way, if I don't do it with the solder pot, I can use these connectors, and I could still do it. I got 2 ways of joining them. And that is either join them this way and then bend this wire, which will make it a little thicker, so I'll need either a thicker heat shrink or that, but I could do the solder pot this way, or I could twist them this way to have it in line. Then I have to use the soldering gun. I can't dip it in the solder pot, but as a result, it'll be an extremely thin connection, so I could use these. I think I'll do that. Yeah, that's what I'll do. In the meantime, I have to cut the heat shrinks to the right length and put them all on. So does anybody have any questions out there in CNC world or quarantine world? Let me see if I missed any. that's pretty much. I have to let a few people know who've just ordered the units that I'm having difficulty getting the 10 millimeter shafts. So there's a few that have to have the 8 millimeter shafts. Doesn't really make any difference, except when you order the coupling. Now, one of you folks out there, Rick did a fantastic job. I was very impressed cutting his own couplers. And if you have the equipment, I highly recommend you do that. I mean, it doesn't really take much to cut your own coupler. It takes, you have to have the, let me put the other, hang on a second. Excuse me, folks, I'm trying to get the, all the right size heat shrink tubings here. So it doesn't take much to do the couplers. All you have to do is, if you had a drill press, it would be very beneficial. So a drill press and say, a 1/2 inch bit and a 8 millimeter or 10 millimeter, depending on which one you want. And a very small bit for the set screw. And all you really have to do, the only tough part, is you got to have a tap and die set to tap your set screw. And you can order a whole pile of set screws on Amazon. That being said, a friend of ours, Rick, made his own. And it turned out fantastic. Go ahead and put all the heat shrinks in here, because if I don't do them now, I'll forget. And the worst thing that you can do when you're soldering is go through all the trouble of soldering a bunch of stuff and then forgetting the heat shrink. Thick one over here, thin one's over here. Yeah, see, okay, here's what I say about that. I am not a fan of those curly Q couplers. I had one, and my machine went to the end, and then again, if you're building anything bigger than a 48 by 48, you're going to need more than one of those silly little spiral couplers, because they will elongate, and then you're thinking you're losing steps, and all it's doing is shrinking and it's actually it's doing all the losing of the steps or of the space. I don't know if I explained that well. Now, solid couplers, nothing wrong with solid couplers. Nothing wrong at all. The NEMA, I mean, if you had NEMA 34s, I would say, yeah, you got a problem, because a NEMA 34 can probably rip the plywood in pieces. But those 425s, not a problem. They'll lock up before you do any damage to your machine. So yeah, a solid coupler is fine. and recommended by me. I don't know who came up with those aluminum ones, but I mean, with not the aluminum solid ones, the aluminum ones that the helical ones that curve. But I gotta see if I shoot wrong ones. I gotta see if I get rid of the ones I have. I bought a set and one of them was ruined because it stretched out on the X just because I ran it to the end and that's it. And and here's the funny part. I took it, put it in a vise, and just closed it right. Actually, I squeezed it with my hand, and then the last little bit, I left it in a vise for a couple days. And I want to say good as new, but that's it. You've stressed the thing, and you've already the now it's got metal fatigue. Wasn't strong to begin with. No, I'm not a fan. Not a fan at all. Oh, I missed one. Did I? Did I? Did I? I did. That. Ooh. Thicker one for the black, because the black is going to have 4 of these connectors on it. And the other 4 are here. Then later tonight, when I'm bored, I am going to have, I have a, back in my bin there, one of the boxes is filled with labels, labeled 1 through 4. I'm going to sit back, do all the continuity tests with my meter, make sure that none of them are shorted, and get 1, 2, 3, and 4 and label 1, 2, 3, and 4 for the outputs. And there's a few reasons I do this. Number one, there's no point in having 200 connectors on your panel. You know, when you can do everything with a 5-pin connector, you know, it just seemed to make the most logical sense. A 5-pin connector can handle four outputs or inputs and a common. So there's really no point in having 8 four 2-pin connectors. It means I have to create an extra connector, adapter, a breakout connector, whatever you want to call it. But in the end, this is good for everything. This is the e-stop has one wired to it. The router box has one wired to it. The probe has one wired to it. All the accessories have one of these little plugs wired to it, and you're done. And they're interchangeable. You have to reprogram them if you change them from one to another, but they're interchangeable. Yeah, exactly, Dave. Those couplers are meant for 3D printers and stuff like that. And the small little X-Carve and all those little tiny machines. The big machines don't use those. Most big professional machines, I'll tell you what they use. They use the ones that have 3 and 3 that interlock with a Delrin 6 sprocket spacer in between. So they kind of it acts as a backlash nut and as a connector. However, you can't put those on a Gatton because unless you redesign it so that the lead screw cannot move out, because on both the X and the Y axes, the lead screw can actually pop out. In fact, on the Z, the motor is actually what's holding the. There's no pillow block, or there's no what are they called? There's no thrust bearing that will hold the lead screws in place. And without that, they could just separate. Because those are not meant for that. They're meant for only torsional forces, not lateral forces. But other than that, that would be my preference. I mean, those type of connectors would be best for all of them. It is what it is. Boy, excuse me. Let's see, 6 o'clock. Maybe we'll go for another hour. Who knows? Whatever floats your boat, people. Shouldn't take me that long. We'll time now how long it takes me to do the other side of these connectors. Okay. You have a controller box with 210 volt outlets. I used to turn on my router on and off at the start and the end of the program. Somewhere I lost the setting. Is that a setting in the pins and ports? Okay, Tim, the setting is M3 is the setting to turn it. Well, okay. M3 is the standard one that turns on and off most. It turns on and off the spindle. So when you hit cycle start, let me see if I have it on here. If you go to it's not under pins and ports. It's under I can't see from that far away. My glasses are messed up. It's under general, and it has to do with basically, and I can't tell you which one it is now because I did it so long ago, and all of mine are come out this way. But basically, the M3 turns on output number 1, and this is if you have a. Actually, if you have a parallel port, it is under pins and ports. So yeah, I don't know how yours is configured. If you have a USB, as I do. With the Javi box, it's wired for output number 1. It's programmed for output number 1. In pins and ports, it's programmed for output number 1. In the spindle, it's programmed for output number 1. And in the Javi box, it's wired for output number 1. So if you connect this to output number 1, it will turn on and off automatically. I wish I could tell you. I don't know. It'd be trial and error. It's one of those things. Is like with this one, I just tried everything until it worked. It's one of those things that I can't explain how they work. I just know how to do it. From, again, trial and error. You use your best judgment as to where it could be. Look for it and try it. If it doesn't work, change it back, and then try the next thing one by one until you get it. So yours is on ports on pin 17. Okay, so you have to get. You might have to set the spindle for that port and pin. Okay, so if you turn the spindle active in pins and ports and set the port and the pin for that particular one, then when an M3 command is issued, it should, and I'm guessing here, it should turn it on, send the on command, and then off. Again, make sure your active low and your active high is set properly, because that also depends on your configuration. That's the best guidance I can offer. Or the best guess with Mach 3. Yeah, sometimes it's the general setting, because the general setting has one or two options for the spindle. And sometimes it's ports and pins. You have to set the spindle active, and you have to basically tell it that, hey, this is my spindle. Now, if you have a spindle already, oh, wait a second. Whether you have a spindle or not, no, yeah, you said it was a router, so. And that's the thing you're going to find with a lot of these settings. Excuse me. Oh, I'm tired. That's the thing you're going to find with a lot of these settings is people are going, wait a second, you're having me set the spindle. It's not a spindle. Spindle is just a word. Output number 1 are just words. I actually have physically wired output ports 1, 2, 3, and 4 and input ports 1, 2, 3, and 4 to specific pins labeled 1, 2, 3, and 4, all respectively on my box. So output number 1 is output number 1 hardwired from my board. However, you can set your spindle to activate output number 2 or output number 4. You can set your probe to be input number 3 or input number 4 or input number 1. Depends on how you can program it. I could set the pin to be input number 3, and it's really input number 1. In other words, on my Mach 3, I could tell it on my USB settings, port 3, pin 1, 2, 3, and 4 are outputs 1, 2, 3, and 4. I could tell it, instead of like I have input number 1 is 3, 1, I could tell it that it's 3, 3. And then now output number 3 here is or rather input number 3 here, wired to the board is input number 1 in Mach 3. Again, what's in a name? It depends on how you just have to get it all straight in your head. There is the hardwired stuff and there is the programmed stuff. You know, people go, well, what's port 17 supposed to be and what port 18 supposed to be? It's what you set it. You know, if you set it to input number 1, then that's it. Or if you set it to a router switch or something else, you know. But it's and I do not envy anybody attempting this for the first time. I know it's not easy. It's only easy for me to fiddle with this stuff when I have it in front of me because I've fiddled with it so many times. Okay, this one is ready to roll. I mean, I've mentioned this before, but I've mentioned this numerous times. When I have a problem with the box, if somebody calls me up and tells me, I got a problem that this isn't working, or this isn't working, or this isn't working on the Javi box, I can guarantee you I'll know exactly what it is. Because I've made all those mistakes before. I know exactly how it's wired. And I've got a picture of how, and they're all wired identically, and I got a picture of it in my head. So when something goes wrong with it, you call me up, it'll either, 99 times out of 100, it's a bad programming or a bad connection. There's that 1% of the time, which is very rare, that it's going to be a failed component. I've yet to see that happen. Well, no, that's not true. I've had 2 failed power supplies and 1 failed driver, but they were bad from the start. They didn't fail, you know, after everything was in place. What's more, I'll tell you about these power supplies. I'm extremely happy with the different power supplies, because if you reverse them, the polarity, or short them, or put 110 volts to the side that shouldn't be 110 volts, these things won't burn up. These things won't, they'll just not turn on. You know? And that's a good thing. The last thing you want is something to burn up on you, and then I wired it wrong. Now I got to wait for another one. Well, we're almost through with the heat shrink portion of the evening, folks. After this, I put on I connect all the connectors. Today is connector day for me. One more. Yeah, let me know how it turns out, Tim. Kind of curious. All right, now for the fun part. And folks, I appreciate the 11 of you that are watching out there. By all means, if you have any questions, if you want to see me do something different, let me know. I'm here for you. All right. So this is the black. I'm still waiting for my back to get accustomed to this position. 200, 225, 250, 275, 300, 335, and we're off and running. All right. Eh, too bright to see whether I put the lamp on or not, but at least I can see. So now what I'm doing is basically soldering all the wires together. And the way I do it is I take two wires and twist them together coming from opposite directions. So they follow along. And the reason I'm doing that is to make a smaller space for the for a thinner space so the heat shrink will slide right on. So there's one set of cables. And let me show you what the set of cables, what the finished set looks like. I'm going to go ahead and heat shrink these and do the last bit of heat shrinking as well. Every now and then you get a little hair of a soldered wire that's annoying, but all right. So now here I have 5 heat shrinks. And now comes, hey Jim, how's it going? Now comes the fun part, as they say. I seem to say it a lot. Let's make these different colors. Let's make this one red. Sure, red sounds good. Yep. That's exactly what I use as a blow dryer. See, that's the problem is I didn't know there was a difference between a blow dryer and a heat gun, and well, you know, this happened. So I simply put the this wonderful color in, and then the 4 wires are shrunk, heat shrunk. And except for the 4 labels, this is the finished wire, the finished connector. You get 2 of these for each hobby box, and that's that. Another 15 to go. So where are you folks from? I know that Jim is from Kanukistan. Where are the rest of you crazy creatures stashed away? Are those what? Where a strippers? If you mean wire strippers, the brand is Tack Life. I don't know if you meant by the brand. Watertown, New York. Oh, Watertown's that's in. Is that upstate New York? That's far away from the mess, isn't it? I hope. Ah, brand name. Yeah, nope. That's not that brand name. I don't know what it is, but it's called Tack Life. It's one of those Amazon deals. certain things I appreciate as far as Amazon. I mean, certain things I won't buy, and certain things I appreciate. I mean, soldering gun. Get yourself a Weller or something serious. Don't buy a cheap Chinese one. I mean, if you're not doing this kind of soldering, then fine. But if you're doing any serious soldering, you north of Syracuse. Syracuse. That brings back sad memories for me. I had a real close friend of mine in my youth. She was something else. We were, a group of friends of ours, and we were all in the young adults group together, and her name was Susie, and she was a huge, huge, huge fan, not only of Syracuse but of the Orange Men. Especially, for her it was Orange Men, everything. Orange Men, Orange Men, Orange Men. I'm not much into sports, but I can appreciate somebody else's uh, devotion to a basketball team or anything thereof. And unfortunately, she passed away a few years ago, a number of years ago, like 20 years ago, in a car accident, a fatal crash, and I just I haven't experienced um, a large share of death. I mean, my parents, thank God, are still alive. My grandparents, obviously I lost them all, but I was younger and it wasn't really that traumatic. Very few friends have I recently. I know that'll eventually change, but very few friends I've lost. Been very, very fortunate. But the ones that I have, have affected me quite strongly. Hey, Kevin, how's it going? How's everything in? Where are you? I want to say South Africa, or is it? Am I confusing you with Israel? It's one or the other. And yeah, some things affect me more strongly than others. And yeah, Brooklyn, Michigan. I want to say, Dave, what part of the hand is that? I always know. You always ask somebody what part of Michigan are you from, and they'll point to their hand. I'm from here. Durban, South Africa, East Coast. Ah, holy cow! Yeah, that's a ways away. Incredible. You know, I do this so that I get a smaller fit on these things, and sometimes you still have to trim because there we go. Because it's still too big of a. They're still too thick for the shrink wrap. But if I were in a hurry, I'd use bigger shrink wrap and. Or I'd use electrical tape, not care how it looked, etc., etc. So what type of quarantines you guys got in effect over there? Are you all under stay-at-home orders, or what's the deal? Nunica, am I? That's Michigan. Oh, MN is Maine. MS is Missouri, Mississippi. Oh man, you know, ever since they went to those, call me old. Ever since they went to those two-letter names, it's been frustrating with the M's. There's Maine, there's Mississippi, Missouri, Montana. It's like Michigan. All those MIs. And you never know which one is which. Oh, that's good. Yeah, we have stay-at-home orders here for the state of Florida, but um, that doesn't apply to work. I mean, again, um, it's hard to classify something as essential or non-essential. I have an ant on my connector. How did an ant get this far into my container? It's time to fog the container. An ant made it 45 feet, so that's the end of that ant. I leave it open all the time. So. Yeah, essential and non-essential is a tough call. Extended another 2 weeks. Are you near the end of your curve, or you're still on the? Supposedly, we're at the peak of ours. The curve is flattening out for Florida, but as they said in the news, that still means 700 deaths per day. And my hometown of Miami is where many of them are occurring. Between Miami, Palm Beach, and Broward, they've got 50% of the cases, of the deaths, of the cases, of the everything. So it's a tough situation to be in. Let me go ahead and put this in first. like I said earlier, part of me doesn't mind the lockdown. I don't normally go out to restaurants to begin with, so I'm not a restaurant guy. I normally would be here the whole time, or with my family in Miami. Um, what does bother me is things like the casual visits from friends that you would normally have, friends and family that you don't have now. That's annoying. Not having them. But in the grand scheme of things, avoiding death is worth it. That's good, Jim. 75% of people with gym memberships don't realize they're closed. That is true. That is absolutely true. Yeah. Yeah, when I was younger, I had a gym membership. Those were good times. I mean, I used mine. Of course, I used mine. Not to actually exercise, but to go to the gym to girl spotting and stuff like that. Back in the younger days, I did actually exercise, but I didn't do any of that aerobics garbage that everybody did. I would sit. My normal plan for the gym was as follows, and anybody chime in if you did something similar. But see, I like to run, and I still do, but I haven't got the chance to. But I still like to jog and stuff, and I would do 8 miles up on the track. There's one in a place called Coral Gables near Miami, and that's where I would go because it was fantastic. It was the best looking meat market. And I would go to the roof. That's where the track was. It was a covered track, but it was so it didn't matter if it rained, but it was on the roof. It was really cool. I'd do my 8 miles, and then I'd go to the showers or not, and then I'd sit, and they had a balcony where you could stare down and watch the aerobicize. And I and a bunch of other guys and girls would watch the aerobics. Everybody jumping all around and stuff. Yeah, good times, good times. Yeah, yeah. There you go, Jim. I actually had a girlfriend a long time back that she was an aerobics nut, and and I used to go with her. But it's so funny because dexterity wise, I could run circles around her. I could outlast her in just about any activity, sports activity or anything else. Yet, when it came to aerobics, I was horrible. I think it was what it was It was the bending down. There was a lot of squats and bending down, a lot of stuff for the stomach, and I was more of, again, the runner, and my kind of aerobics didn't involve bending down and standing up, whereas theirs did. I never got the point to that type of exercise because honestly, whenever I whenever I went jogging or bike riding, or running, it I'd lose a heck of a lot more calories or weight in general than doing sit-ups or squats or leg works or leg. People can argue, oh, it's all about tone. I got 10 times as much tone from the. Let's see, am I using lead-free solder? Yep, rosin core 6040 lead-free solder. Excuse me. Yeah. Am I going to go tomorrow? What? Going to go tomorrow night? Let me see. You're going to go tomorrow night? Oh, to the gym? Huh? Let's see. Wait a second. I missed a. Where are you going tomorrow night, Dave? If anybody has old solder they don't want, just throw it in a package and send it to me. I'll be happy to take it. It's funny, I haven't used. I haven't even been paying attention, but I've been using up this whole roll. This is. Take a look at the brand, if you guys. Look at that, huh? You recognize the Radio Shack? It's good times. Good times. All right, let's see. Let's see what color. Red, yellow, or blue? Red, yellow, or blue? I don't know. Am I on tomorrow night? Yes, I am. I'm going to do another live tomorrow night. 8 p.m. tomorrow night. I'll probably build another box because when I finish all these, which I'll finish these today, I've got 5 boxes left. I've got all the connectors. I've got all the router boxes ready. I've got everything built except the 5 boxes. 3 of them I'm still waiting on power supplies. So after tomorrow I'm waiting on my shipments cuz it's frustrating. Man, I have to email those people. That's one thing I'll do tonight is email my customers that I'm having trouble getting the 10 millimeter, so I'm gonna have to get the 8 millimeter uh, stepper motors. As long as they haven't bought their couplers already, they'll be fine. Yeah, I'm immune from back from when I was eating lead paint as a kid. Yeah, you always got to be careful about stuff like that. 4 more connectors. Here we go. Oh, yes, Dave. Have a great day. And yes, tomorrow night I will be on. Same bat time. Well, 8 o'clock. Same bat channel. I don't know how long I'll be on because as soon as I either run out of components or run out of work to do, I'll come up with another live. I'll probably do a live during the day of bamboo cutting, if anybody's interested in that. I'll do a live of. I do have to create some plaques, so maybe I'll bring the heat press out here and do that. But for that, I'll definitely do that in the evening because that's something I do not want to do during the daytime. I'm at the time right now where it's getting nice and cool. But earlier today, like about an hour or two ago, it was unbearable in here. I don't have insulation. That might be something you might want to watch me do, is put insulation up in this room. Little by little, I'll be doing projects. The only time you folks will not see me doing a live is when I'm editing, because I got to concentrate on the actual editing. And at that point, you know. Probably be here for another, I don't know. Yeah, maybe I'll do that, Tim. I'll see what. Trying to see. I might have to do it with my phone instead, but yeah, I could always do that. I mean, the thing is, I've already, believe it or not, I've already cut out all my fronts. I've got them all. I've got them all. In fact, I even did these things. But I probably will. I'll see if I can run them for something or other. You know, I'll come up with something. An excuse to run on the. Thing is, that's outside about 30 feet away. It's all wired up. I suppose I could move it all around and wire it up on this computer as well. Maybe I'll do I'll do my quarantine project live on that machine. It is a CNC. It is a CNC. So it counts for Dave's quarantine challenge. I just got to come up with something to do on it because can't think of anything. Next month, and I'm doing my best to. Yeah, yeah, it's going to happen. Next month, I'm going to be out here, and my plan is to do the. I got to order all the stuff so I can bring it all out here, and I am going to build an arcade cabinet for myself, and well, heck, I might even sell them. But if I sell them, they're going to be expensive because I'm going to build one for myself first, see how many hours it takes, and then, and then see if I want to build them for other people. It'll be an arcade cabinet. It'll have all the games in it, old style. Certainly be a fantastic get for the um, for the quarantine. Let's see here. Hey Marcelo, how's it going? Let's see. Can you tell me the difference between the two limit switch connections? Bob to NC, COM to NC, second switch, COM to ground, Bob to NC, NC to second switch, COM to COM. Uh, the short answer is you have to be a little more clear because I do not understand. You're talking about a breakout board to. Okay, gotcha. Okay, I think I understand. Hang on a second. The difference of the two limit switch connections. Okay, so here's what you have to do for the limit switches. You have two different types, two different ways to wire the limit switch. All of them normally closed, and you will have one wire going from one to the next one, from one to the next one, from one to the next one, and then back around. So in essence, you could use two wires and cut one of the wires. Let's say you use a red and a black. You could just leave the black all the way to the end, and then you could cut the red one, put them on normally closed contacts. The next limit switch, put them on normally closed contacts. Again, cut a piece of the red, and the third one, cut a piece of the red. On the last, on the last switch, red and black together. So it'll be red, jump, red, black, and then you close the circuit. And then at the end, those two wires, the red and the black, will go to, one of them will go to either ground or +5, depending on your bob and depending on whether you have active high or active low. And it will be normally closed. There'll be a normally closed system. On my Javi boxes, I don't have a bob, but you can again do this on the bob. Let me explain the normally open system. Normally open, you wire them all in parallel. So you've got the red and black going to, like I do in my case. Here, I'll show you one of mine. On mine, I have the connector from one of these, I have on one end I have this connector. On I have another end I have this connector. So the wires go all the way through the connector. They are one. The red is still united from here to here, from the wire to the connector. It's still connected, and so is the black, but they are touching the normally open contacts. So, and then and you can jump as many of these as you want. It's open on the end. It's open on the end, but anytime any switch is closed, it shorts the red and the black wire. And that's how that circuit is achieved. That's the normally open circuit. And I have it on my USB on connector wired to output number 2 is the limit switches. Input number 2, sorry. And mine goes to plus voltage, and it's a ground connection, active low, so it is always powered, and then when it's shorted to ground. So again, it depends on your Bob. I can't answer your question completely. I can give you the wiring, but that all depends on the way you do yours. So, cabinet to hold a monitor and a keyboard for a CNC. Yeah, that's another option. I definitely could do something like that, and I've been considering that for a while. That's definitely an option. Cabinet to hold a monitor and a CNC. That'd be something fun to do. Yeah, and definitely I wouldn't want to ship or make or ship those things. It's a lot easier to sell the plans and have a nice day. So yeah, definitely something worth thinking about. So, okay. Yellow. Oh, have a great day, Jim. Thanks again for dropping by. I'll be on tomorrow night again. Alrighty. Next. The hardest part for me, and I've mentioned this before, is getting so many orders in the beginning. Now, now they've calmed down. People, and now it's since I started. People got the Javi box controller. Well, number one, they all got it early because they got a great price on it, and which that won't ever happen again because the price has gone up because, well, boy, did I underestimate the time it takes to make one of these. But the hardest part for me was too many orders at the same time. I mean, a couple orders a week, even 5 orders a week is not a problem. But 20 orders at once, and I didn't even have the design finished yet. Because it was just, should I do this? And everybody goes, yeah, do it. And I go, okay, I'll put them on the website and see what you think. And then all of a sudden, it was not unmanageable, but it took on a lot of work. But remember, in this universe, ask and ye shall receive. You put it out there that you want something, and I'm not talking about free stuff. Anytime, Marcelo. You're welcome. You're very welcome. You put it out there that you want something, assistance, help, extra, an idea for money for a job or whatever. The universe has a way to answer. God, the universe, whatever your particular belief, it's all the same. You put good stuff out there, you'll get good stuff back. Some people call it karma. Some people call it Jesus's commandment. Some people call it balance, yin yang. I don't care how you look at it, it all means the same thing. Do unto others and that's a good thing or a bad thing, depending on whether you do good or you do bad. Also, folks, especially during this time, attitude. Attitude is everything. I've been very blessed that I had wonderful parents and a somewhat crazy mom who always had a great outlook and a great attitude about everything. Passed that on to me. Thank God my kids are just as crazy. Good crazy. Yeah. So I was watching Saturday Night Live yesterday, which, I'm getting a little older and that's more for a younger crowd, so I don't watch it as often as I used to back in the 70s. But it just goes to show what a good production staff and makeup and everything could do, because It was an okay show, and the guys are funny in their own way. Well, some of them, not so much. But the impression that I got from it was, holy crap, this is just another YouTube channel. I mean, that's kind of what it looked like at this point. That's one thing that that this coronavirus is doing, is showing everybody in the world that TV is not, YouTube and TV are no different. In their core. There are people out there that are producing incredible YouTube shows on their own with the most basic of editing skills. And similarly, there are people out there producing the worst of network and big shows, and you wonder how they even get the funding for those things, or where you can get the funding to make that bad of a show. Let's see how long we've been on here. Going on 2 hours, 15 minutes. How nice. All right, have a good one, Tim. You have a wonderful day. And I'll probably be on here till, you know what, either till 8 o'clock or till I finish these, whichever comes first. So, everybody have a wonderful day out there, and stay safe. I'm continuing my little world of Javi box building. Yeah, please let me know how it turns out, Tim. I was just looking. I don't know if you're still out there, Miguel, but I was just looking today. I just got a reminder, because I still get the reminders, that the Date Radio Club is meeting tomorrow night. I would imagine that they're not meeting anymore, but I don't know. Because I guess, in a way, they are essential services. It's a ham radio club that my cousin and I had belonged to for quite some time, and Those kind of services are very essential when it comes to emergencies. When you don't have communication. Not so much in today's day and age, but you never know because you never know. We could lose our communication at the drop of a hat. And everybody's always, wondering about that. Oh, what happens if we lose electricity, and what happens if we lose this and we lose that? I mean, I expect what happens with is what will always happen is, the community will pull together and help each other out. The question nobody was asking is what happens when the community can't pull together because of a virus? We still do. We still do. Okay. Hey, Swery, how's it going? Or Hans? I don't know if you go by Hans or by Swery. I imagine one or the other. Doing well, doing well. Just soldering hobby boxes and components. If you've got any CNC questions or soldering questions or general questions about anything, feel free, throw them out there and I'll do my best to answer them. If we lose electricity, we will freak out that they're doing only worse. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. With what there is today, if we lose the electric, that's crazy. Hans, I have basically I'm creating these connectors, breakout connectors for my. They're back up here. My CNC controller boxes that I'm making for the CNC community. And here's a router attachment. Rather, this one's a spindle speed controller and a router attachment for it. Available for purchase on my website, javibox.com. The story, as it was, there was a company called Xylotech who used to produce CNC controllers for the woodworking community that wanted to do it yourself CNC, and they build their own CNCs, whether they buy a Gatton CNC, which is a very popular economic build, or they design one themselves. And the problem is most of these people are intimidated by the electronics, and or they just want to save a lot of time because it's time consuming. And I mean, the Javi box alone has 231 connections that you gotta either solder or terminal, etc., etc. So it's a big time savings, and it's, for all intents and purposes, it is a plug and play box. You get it, you install the wires, and you install the wires, and you install the motors, plug them in, and you're good to go. No, I definitely am not. In fact, I don't even like that word on my website or anywhere near me. I know. I figured he was, but in today's day and age, that's not something to kid about. You can get reported for something like that, and I'll tell you, I'll be one of the ones doing the reporting. So, Hans, where are you from? Yeah, that's what I figured. Well, it didn't take you long to get kicked off. Probably my woodworking buddies goofing around. Yeah, but the stupid ones, I should say. There's very rarely that I use the word stupid to describe somebody, but the certain people that just don't have any brains and decide to, you know, ruin a calm little thing. Doesn't bother me any. I'm not getting off. Continuing my little world. Let's see, Dave. Manual spindle controller. So this is what it looks like. All right. So it attaches to. You've got 5 cables that it attaches to. You've got this will be ACM, VI, and 10 volts on your spindle, and then on this side we're looking at DCM and I forgot what the other one was, but this is the on and off portion that connects to your VFD, and this part here is these 3 connect to the VFD portion. One is ground, one is 10 volts, and the other is the variable one. So you've got the variable dial, you've got the on-off switch, and that's it. And you've got the wonderful magnet behind it. I know most of your machines are wood and stuff, but you can always screw on a magnet, or a piece of metal or something there. And Robert, yes, I got your. Thank you very much. I got your message saying that you got it. I'm very, very happy for you. Very, very happy indeed. And thank you for calling it sweet looking and professional. That's I appreciate the compliment. And that's something that I'm shooting for. As professional as possible anyway. Within reason. Okay, so we have another yellow one here. Yes, there's a couple things you have to do in the VFD. Number one, there is a jumper setting, and again, I'll put this in the instructions and stuff. But on the jumper settings, Dave, you have to. There is a jumper for either internal or externally controlled pot speed, and you got to set it to external. And another one, I want to say it's PD00, either 70 or 71 or 72. I got to check which one it is. There's a setting you have to do for remote control on-off switch, as opposed to internally controlled on-off switch. Oh, nice to get back to your adult answers after the 11-year-olds, 11-year-old trolls came in. But that's a good sign. That means that my channel is getting some exposure. That's a very, very positive. I'm really happy about that. Believe it or not, because the more stupid people you have on your channel, the more popular your channel is. I know it doesn't sound right, but it's hilarious. But that's the way it is. I mean, look at PewDiePie. He's got like millions of idiots following him, and he makes a bundle. But, yeah, what are you going to do? That's life, I suppose. Let's see. Motors. Yeah. I'm all caught up. Yeah. Yeah, it's a bit of a task. And the thing is, I could make a half-ass machine, but you know, just okay. And I've mentioned this before. The first iteration of the Javi box was, I don't know if you guys saw it, but the first picture was just had a bunch of wires hanging out of the box, and it didn't look very good. Well, I didn't like how it looked. And cost-wise, maybe it was like $40 cheaper, but that $40 makes all the difference in the look of it, and the you know, it was a lot more man hours to make it look nicer, but I'm not going to make something that I can't put my name on, that I, you know. The people that do realize how much it takes are the people that have either put one together or attempted to put one together, because I would say probably a third of my customers have all the parts to build one, and they just flat out spent the money and said, there's no way in hell I'm doing this. Either return the parts or have the parts as spares. And ordered one of mine. I'm not doing anything that anybody else can't do. Well, maybe some people can't do it, but I'm not doing anything spectacular. It's just, I'm saving you the time. I'm saving you the effort. I'm saving you the aggravation. Now, the time, it's costing me, but, you know, the aggravation, I'm not aggravated. I know how to put these things together. So I'm happy about it. In fact, I'm enjoying putting it together. But, and the money, well, I'm saving you that as well, because if you were to buy one of these from, like, say, Avid, it'll cost you $1,600, and it still doesn't have a few of the features. So, and I hear what you're saying, that most people do not realize the time and effort that goes into it, but when I put enough of these out there, and they will soon see, especially when I make a video showing them what it'll take. Problem is, I don't have time to make a video now, because I'm catching up on orders. As soon as I get to my last couple orders, oh, you're going to see a nice video out there. It'll be time-lapse. It won't be a nice, boring 21-hour video. Let's see here. And who's the other guy? Go. Yeah. I love reporting people. That do stupid stuff. They're just not part of the community. And honestly, they shouldn't be part of the human race. My 2 cents. I'll tell you one thing, the woodworking community is just, for those of you that are just getting into it, it's a fantastic and very, very generous, and it's a wonderful community to be a part of. It really is. I guess that also comes from the fact that the average age is, I don't know, probably in 65. Whew, this feels good. Ah, still light out. Am I using stepper P? You want to clarify that question, Dave? Stepper Online steppers, yes. Every single one of them comes from Stepper Online. I buy them in bulk. Sweet. Ah. Very nice, very nice. I am a happy guy. Happy, happy, joy, joy, happy, happy, joy, joy, happy, happy, joy, joy, happy, happy, joy, joy. Happy, happy, joy, joy, happy, happy, joy, joy, happy, happy, joy, joy, joy. Ba-da-da-da-da. See if anybody remembers that reference. Let's see here. Yep. Yeah. Yeah, a lot of people are saying the same thing. Let's see. How do you pronounce? No, it is Marcello or Marcelo. I thought for a second I thought it was Marcelo because I thought it was IL, but it's LL. I'm going. That's a strange spelling of Marcello. Marcelo. Let's see here. Bayong. It has to be Marcelo. So. Past life was about installing, repairing industrial CNC machinery. Yep. Injection molders. Yeah. I hear that. Oh man, the industrial stuff. I used to work on industrial looms, and I had my share of work on industrial work and looms. I used to be in printing for quite a while, so I used to have to repair the Heidelberg presses and stuff like that, or not repair, but diagnose whether it needed the repairman or not. 9 times out of 10, it didn't. And that 10th time, the repairman would show me how to fix it for the next time. But the cool thing about it, I mean, the cool thing about the whole CNC, well, everything to do with CNC is one cool thing about CNC is that despite the fact that whether you are intimidated by electronics and or don't know how to build it or whatever, after you get it in your hands and you get familiar with it and comfortable with it, I mean, assuming you have to work on it. If you never have to touch it, that's another beautiful thing too. But if you're if you have to work on it or have to repair it or just want to take it apart, which I don't recommend, but then you end up getting comfortable with it and you learn about it that way. So the next time you don't have to, you're not going to be intimidated by them. Same thing happens with the Gatton CNC. It's like the first time you build it, you go, ooh, I'm afraid. I don't know if I can build it or not. That happened to me. I wasn't sure. I didn't know what I didn't know. And then, sure enough, after I built one, it's like, I could build a dozen of these. Hey, Dean, how's it going? Good to see you. I'm basically going to be on for a little while longer. I'm probably going to spend the rest of the evening finishing these up. But I want to get these things done because as I was telling the other guys earlier, pretty soon I will. All I got left are 4 more boxes aside after these connectors. Four more boxes. And it's getting to that time of day where it looks like it's starting to get dark, but that's beautiful. It's 8 o'clock and it's still not dark out. That's awesome. No, I'll be taking orders. But the thing is, I'm caught up, is what I'm saying. Then after today, well, no, not after today, but after this week, I'll be caught up on everything up until all the March orders, barring a couple of them that I'm waiting for parts on. So, but yeah. And then I can relax and do my own stuff on my property, which is what I intended to do from the beginning over here. So the soldering with Javi will be cutting bamboo with Javi, or I don't know, building a general store with Javi, building an arcade with Javi, you know. Oh yeah, it's exactly where I want it to be right now. Right now it's and I don't say this in a bad way. It's monotonous. That's a good thing. I mean, I can do this without thinking about it. I'm enjoying myself. Okay, what software do I use and like most? Well, that's easy to answer. Vectric by far, and I have for I have the following CNCs. I've got 2 vinyl cutters. I've got a laser engraver, a big professional one that's currently needs in need of repair. But I've got 2 CNC machines, and I've got the rotary engraver, which is they're all CNC machines. But when I say CNC, I mean CNC routers. Right now, on one CNC router, Mach 3 is the CAM software. On the other one, WinCNC is the CAM software. On the third, it's LaserMaster is the CNC software. On the fourth, Vinyl Express LX is the CNC, and on the fifth, and on the both vinyl cutters, it's Vinyl Express is the CAM software. And finally, the last one, it's Gravograph. Yeah, it's the Gravograph software. Is the design and CAM software on the little engraver. I do like Vectric by far for the design software. Well, the vinyl software I know LX Pro, so I mean I'm using that for the vinyl software, but that's vinyl cutting. That's what I learned on, and it's whatever you're comfortable with is what I always say. Whatever you're most comfortable with. Now, by far, I am most comfortable with the Vectric software, and it's the easiest. In fact, in doing my boxes, all the design stuff, like the stuff around the dial and designing the squares and the heights and the Javi box design, all that was done on Vectric. Any of the type, I just do it on the regular stuff. I don't do Fusion because I'm not a 3D guy. I mean I am and I'm not. I know it. I don't use it. It's that simple. And yeah. And of the free, if you're asking which free version do I like of the software, well, that's hard to say because holy cow, it was really hot here because apparently my ice is not completely frozen. That's not good. Let me turn that cooler a little colder. No, that is as cold as it gets. That's as cold as it gets, folks. And let's see. Where's my screwdriver? See, now it's I have to take out the ice without actually spilling the water all over the floor. So that's easy enough. Gotta have ice for my Diet Coke. And yes, I've used Fusion. I've used Fusion, but I'm not, like I said, I'm not a 3D guy, so I don't use it often. Ah. Nectar of the Gods. Yeah. That's a good idea. Stainless steel ice cubes. I will give it a shot. Let's see. Search on Google, or rather, search on Amazon. Ooh. Stainless steel whiskey stones. Yeah, that's got to be nice. Hmm. I will definitely leave that open and do a few. The only thing about ice, I mean, the only thing about the stainless, the only thing about those cubes is, although it doesn't matter really, is I'd be staining them with Diet Coke, and I'd have to go out and wash them every time I finish with them, as opposed to just ice that I'm drinking the water. But I will definitely take it under consideration. I'll definitely try them. They'll certainly transfer the heat better than, or rather, absorb the heat. Whatever. Let's see here. Blue. Well, it's 8 o'clock. I don't know if I'm gonna. A few people just got here, so let me just stick around for a little while longer. Well, it's dark out there now. Sunset. Two packs of 8 and in an 8 plastic case, mini tongs for $8 each. Okay. Yeah, I'll definitely go. Yeah, because I saw one for 15, but they look to be pretty cheap. So, I mean, pretty inexpensive. So yeah, I'll definitely look for that price. Thanks again. That's uh, I should go to the liquor store tomorrow. I haven't had anything to drink in a year. Eh, save the money. $8 Canadian. Yeah, that's like $5 over here. I mean, on Amazon because of Amazon. Yeah, it's scary how much Canadians get charged for a lot of stuff. I mean, I get it, but wow. I mean, I've sold two of these to Canada to Canadians, and they're paying the price of the box of the hobby box. They're paying $150 shipping, and I would imagine that when it gets there, they're going to pay more money as well because you guys always get that internal tax or whatever, the import tax. Don't know how it works. My friends are probably out there thinking, "My God, he's done a 3-hour live. What's the matter with him?" And I mean, and my response is, "I got nothing better to do." Wow, 3K in your Gatton. That's, yeah, that's a heck of a. I mean, I would imagine a name brand CNC will cost you thousands more. So, but still, wow, that's. It's time to make that money up when you build it. That's incredible. Yeah, yeah, I ended up having $1,200 in mine, and that's with all the parts to make it vertical. My Gatton CNC is can operate vertically or horizontally, and it go or at a 45-degree angle, and it goes up against the wall and takes up 7 square feet of space. Your money is worthless. That's funny. Well, I never called Canadian money worthless. I just thought it was like play money. But then again, as a kid, I thought all the other countries' monies were play money. I think that's the way we're raised as Americans. And they wonder why our country is looked at as arrogant. I wonder. I'll tell you, it's funny you say that because we have gotten so accustomed to. If there's one thing that this whole virus deal has taught Americans is, aside from the, I mean, most of the kids, they don't care about the social distancing thing too much because most of them are. I know my kids are, well, now my older one is going out to numerous places, but the younger one, she's mostly doing the FaceTime with her friends, so it's not like social distancing is affecting them too much. It's great because there's a lot of family time now, so that's a positive. Getting all the to-do projects done at home, that's great. Building lots of puzzles. But what it has taught Americans is how spoiled they are with Amazon. And I'm not just saying Amazon. It's Amazon has gotten to the point. The other companies have gotten to the point that they're just about as expedient as Amazon. I mean, I've ordered mower parts from MTD and other places direct that come within 2 days. Uh, Walmart.com and a bunch of other places deliver just as fast as Amazon. You know, and a lot of places offer free shipping or picking up at a nearby place. Well, the thing is, I was so used to getting anything I wanted. I mean, it's recent. It's not that it hasn't been that long. It's only been about a year or two, maybe a couple years. But I've gotten used to getting anything I needed. I don't bother going to the store anymore. I've already been accustomed to social distancing with Amazon. But the difference is now, because of prioritizing the because of COVID, you're prioritizing the essential stuff, and you're they're cutting down on manpower like crazy. I think they are anyway. They seem to be. So there are far fewer packages. Rather, I'm used to going Amazon and look for the next day and just narrow everything down to next day. And that's it. Now I find myself going to eBay and a bunch of other places because if it's going to take a couple weeks or a week, well, I got the time to shop around for prices. I got the time to get it from somebody else. It's not the end of the world, but it's the end of luxury for a little while. But we are definitely privileged in all the stuff that's available to us. It's all about capitalism. Supply and demand. You demand stuff to be here a day early, then they will find a way. Or they won't sell it. Or they won't be the ones selling it to you. So something could be said for that. Oh man, I also wish there was a McMaster car local. Closest one to me is in Atlanta, so forget that. Yeah, those taxes must be outrageous. Yeah, I don't know what I mean. I paid. I think it was $120, something like that. 120, 130, somewhere in that range to ship to Canada, and it was a it was a large and a medium flat rate box, international flat rate shipping, and oh my God, so much paperwork to fill out. And then they said that it was a maximum of 20 pounds. I just said it was 20 pounds. I don't know how much it is. But four motors, I think they're more than, I don't know. Might be 20 pounds. But whatever it was, that's what I sent. I'll let you know when the person who I sent it to gets it, and make sure everything's okay with that shipment. Because this is the first time I ever shipped to Canada. And my other choice is UPS, and that's a very simple choice for me. But from what I understand from Canadians, it's a very expensive choice for you. Correct me if I'm wrong. I think they like rape you over there for with the charges for UPS. I don't know. You said they're pumping stuff through, so they're focused on the virus and they're letting stuff go through a lot. Yeah, that's funny. Yes, that's true. I would think that if they're worried about the virus, they wouldn't let anything through. But the bottom line is, there's no way you could stop the spread. You could slow it down, but you can't stop the spread of a virus. It's a virus. The only hope we have is what we're doing, which is get it to a point where it won't affect a lot of people. But the problem is, this will happen all over again next year. During flu season, the virus will rear its ugly head, and all the millions of people that haven't gotten it because they were isolated will get it. I don't know. I'm hoping that's not the case, but the only solution I could think of is a is if somebody finds an actual vaccine or a cure. And I've been looking at all the free money and all of those things, and there's very few real free money things out there. There's a lot of like the banks. Oh, you can't pay your mortgage? Don't worry about it. We'll let you slide. We'll let you slide, and we'll continue charging you interest. I don't need that. I didn't work to pay down my principal just to have you completely bring it back up to, you know, to the original amount in a matter of a month or two. I understand some people can't, some people need it, they have no choice. But the people that have a choice, if they're taking that option, well, more power to the banks then. See, some car dealers, this is a great time to buy a car. Some car dealerships have fantastic deals, you know, more than the average deal. But then again, some other car dealerships are just, it's the same deal that they offer. 0 interest for 6 months. It's the same thing. It hasn't changed. Well, you don't have to pay a payment for 6 months. Okay, well, thank you. But you got to watch. Make sure that interest doesn't start accruing the second you buy your car, because that's what's happening. If that's the case, that's the same deal they always make. There's no help there. Police and military on the streets during lockdown. 25 have died from the virus and 9 from police and military intervention. Wow, that's interesting. Yeah, I wonder if that's, you know, how accurate the reports are. In this county, 2 people have died from the virus. In Miami, let me double check the numbers here. Get your let's see the report here for Florida. Total cases bordering on 20,000. So we're at 19,895 cases. And Dade County's got 7,000 of those. Broward has 3,000. Dade and Broward County alone, South Florida, where I am thankfully not living at the moment, although I miss my family dearly, has over half the cases. It's crazy. And then, so let's see what we got here. We got in Lake County. It went up to 4. 4 deaths. Okay. 4 deaths and median age is like 58. Miami 97 deaths in Dade County. And 76 in Broward. Palm Beach was leading the way. They have 81 cases, 81 deaths. That's funny. They've got more deaths in Palm Beach, and they have half as many people. Half as many cases. Well, it is what it is. All right, let me. Sorry, folks, doing a little muting here so I don't get a bunch of ridiculous calls. There we go. Let's see, over 100 deaths and 100,000, the worst in the world. Yeah. You know, Dean, I got to tell you, the way it happened is it's not that there are that many deaths. Well, part of it is the population, but the biggest part of it is, like, I would imagine that in India or someplace like that, the deaths would be far worse. But no one's testing there, no one's reporting there, so it's a matter of it's not a matter of it's like everything else on the internet. It's not that there are more. It's that we're aware of it. The information is there. This is the same issue we face. Well, I don't know if it's an issue or not. Depends on your mode of thinking with our politics. You know, frankly, it would suit me fine if I didn't know anything about politics, except, some of the basic stuff. But no, the media has to force feed me every single little thing that's happening on a second by second basis. I don't need to know that. I I vote for an elected official. If they're doing a good job, it will reflect in a certain amount of time, come back to me. I don't need instant gratification, or I don't need an instant access to everything that they're doing, because frankly, 9 times out of 10, it causes more harm than good. But no, some people don't believe that. Oh, we have to know everything that he's doing just to make sure he's on the up and up in a minute. Look, don't give me that. Very few people are 100% on the up and up. And I doubt that any politician is, with all due respect to my politicians. Well, I should say, the smaller the population, the more honest the politician. And that's a generalization. So that's probably not true either, but that's what I'm willing to bet. I don't want to know about certain things. I do, but not every spare second of every. So it's a good thing and a bad thing that we're living in this information age. Because I bet the fact that we have so much information, then that's probably, again, it's a double edged sword. On the one hand, we've got all this information telling us about all these coronaviruses and all these deaths and this and that. So, on the good side, there's a lot of people locking themselves in their house, if you call that good, and not getting and not spreading the virus here in the United States. Probably far fewer spreading here than in many other countries where the information is not so well known. On the other hand, what would happen if we shift the clock back, say, 50 years, and now we're in the television and newspaper age, or maybe 100 years, and we're only dealing with newspapers and see what was around in the 1920s, word of mouth, and we get the coronavirus. Well, yeah, there's a lot less traveling, so there'd probably be a lot less spread, but it would happen. And it would happen to a much higher degree. And guess what? We wouldn't know about it. So, is it good? Is it bad? More deaths would occur. Maybe. We wouldn't know about it, so we wouldn't be affected by it. It wouldn't disrupt our lives. Maybe. You know, having information at your fingertips is not always a wonderful thing. Hell, look at Google. Everybody's so damn dependent on Google that, oh, you don't know something? No problem. I don't have to learn it. I'll just Google it. My kids ask me about things when they're not near their computer because they know that I probably know it, the answer. Because I pride myself on, well, on trivia, but a lot of it on knowing stuff that most people just don't find important. I like knowledge. I like to know about stuff that I don't find important. Yep, that's true. Some can't from a financial aspect. Yeah, the problem with it's travel related, but the problem is it's not just airlines because people do road trips as well. So I mean, you can't shut down every single border. You could, but and the thing with the airlines is if you stop all commerce, we've become a global society. As much as we may want to, shut all the borders and everything, we can't. Many people are dependent upon us for food, many other countries, and we are dependent on them for, well, cheap goods, and maybe not so cheap goods, but goods that we can't make, well, we don't make here. That's just the way of the world. Wow, that's crazy. Dad came to this country thinking he was going to New York, but Canada needed people, so they stuffed him on ships to Canada. Opportunity, no crimes, and no beatings. Yeah. One thing we've always had in this country is opportunity. That's for certain. For those that are willing, and then you're going to have a lot of people disagreeing. No, for those that, yeah, bull that you get opportunity for those that are willing to work. No, you get opportunity for those that are willing to work. I've got cousins that have come here, well, wife's cousins that have come here very recently, like within the last 5 years. One's an electrician. Whole family's working, but guess what? They purchased a house. It's almost paid off. You know what it is to live in this country 5 years? You've got everyone in the family works, successful businesses, well, decent businesses. One's a waitress, but again, if you're willing to work, she never wanted to make more of herself, and I'm not mentioning names or anything, but, and then you got the other one who wants to do nothing but succeed. He was working for me as a painter, one of my guys. He wanted more. He got a truck driver's license. He got a CDL license. Worked for them. Then he went on to become a master electrician, and now he's an electrician, full blown. I mean, it is the land of opportunity. There are some people that give up too easily, and I understand that. But if you're not willing to take no for an answer, you can get very far in this world. And if you're willing to work. Yep, that's exactly right, Dean. I mean, my parents didn't speak English when they came to this country. And it's the same thing. It's my dad became a general contractor. I had a very, very rich life. Why? Because my father didn't want, after he left Cuba, and after leaving Cuba, he didn't want what happened to him to happen to his kids. So I was a little spoiled because at 16 he left his country and had to start a whole new life, not speaking a lick of English. They learned, they adapted, he worked hard, he prospered. Thanks to his hard work, I got a jump. But if you're telling me, oh, you got no opportunity or no. Don't give me the no opportunity stuff. Because I'm not buying that line. I've got a million questions if you tell me you can't make it because of so-and-so. And in the end, I'm going to blame it on your attitude. Because that 9 times out of 10, or 99 times out of 100, that's exactly what it is. You're not prospering because you're making excuses rather than, getting something done. That's my take. Yeah. Yeah. I agree with you there, Dean. Our fathers are. I've always thought my father is superhuman in many ways. It's like. That is a shame about the crime. Do you live in a big city, Kevin? Because usually that's the case with that's the big beef I have with. I mean, I grew up in Miami, 54 years, and I still live there, in Miami. You can keep it now. I mean, I back then it was a different city. Back then there were a lot fewer people. Back then it was a nicer class of people, and I'm not a fan. Yeah, that is a shame that the corruption in South Africa is worse than the pandemic. But yeah. Now, it's not all bad news either. I mean, as far as the city is concerned, Miami is still a cultural mecca. A lot of people love New York. That's their big thing. Oh, New York, New York, and I see all the wonderful things that they say about New York because we got very similar things in Miami or any big city. There are things that are prevalent in New York that you won't find in Miami. There are things in Miami that you won't find anywhere else on the globe. And I can appreciate them. But I can't be a part of the population anymore. It'd be great to visit, but not to live there. And it's not corruption. I don't so much believe that it's a corrupt government. It's a The problem is inherent in the system. The entire system, any system, is such that when you have enough people, the system breaks down. It's the old adage, too many cooks spoil the broth. And yeah, we're probably going to break ground here, and hopefully by the end of the year you'll see me making posts about, you know, breaking ground. I'm looking forward to it. Yeah. 65 in August. Yeah. I am going to be 55 soon. Still got a ways to go. I'm still as they say, I'm still a young pup. But I'm looking forward to my retirement years. If we get over this pandemic, that is. And the thing is, you know, I understand. I do. Sometimes I complain about the solitude. Sometimes, very rarely. Um, but I do agree with the rules in place. I mean, the elderly and well, again, if you listen to the news, because I don't know any personally yet, but if you do listen to what they're reporting and believe in all the numbers, which I'm not a conspiracy theorist, so I tend to most of the time take people at their word. The old and the infirmed, diabetic and all that are more susceptible. Although there's other reports that say everybody's susceptible and it makes no difference. But supposedly, people on immunotherapy and diabetics, cancer patients, the elderly, they seem to be the most susceptible according to reports. And it is for that reason, and that reason alone, that I support the social distancing. Because, frankly, yes. Sorry, just got a mosquito. I'm very happy about it. No mosquito enters in, but when they do, I want to make sure I get them. Ooh, I got 3 more connectors left. Time flies when you're having fun. And I hope you guys are having a little bit of fun. But yeah, that's the reason I support it, because I mean I've got family members who are in the high risk category. My parents, of course, at home. I haven't seen them in a couple months. They're 77. My my mother-in-law, she's also high risk. So it's a scary situation when you think about it. For them, I don't want to be the cause of anybody else, you know. And that's the thing that kids today are not really thinking about, because, and I got to be honest with you, if I was their age, that's the last thing I would think about too. I don't think about when I was a teenager. I didn't really. There are some that do, but most kids don't think about how their actions affect other people, especially the boys. Girls tend to think about it more. In Nova Scotia, I keep having to translate for every country that for Canada. NS means Nova Scotia. Nova Scotia social distancing costs every person in the party $1,000, and the store they in the party $1,000, and the store they are in 7,500. Wow. Yep, that's some serious. Hey, hit their pocketbooks if they don't listen. But yeah, I mean that's the part that's well, hopefully the kids are now. Most kids have most teenagers, their grandparents are still alive or so, and so now hopefully they've gotten it into their heads. Their parents have drilled it into their heads that, you know, you go out and you're a risk to me, to the parents, so. Yeah. Yeah, I think one of your messages was blocked from profanity, Dean. But I hear what you're saying. It's crazy. Two deaths in Nova Scotia. The premier took it seriously. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, wrong side. Here we go. Yeah, that's bound to happen. I mean, if they're in their 90s, not much you can do about them. They're going to get. They're going to be affected. Yeah, took the poop seriously. There you go. Well, after this, I only got two more to go, folks. After this, only two more to go. Yeah, New York is the hardest hit for us. But, I mean, what do they got? 12, 14 million people? All bunched up together? I mean, what do they expect? I mean, it is what it is. Ah, how will I celebrate the final one? The final what? I get it. The final one. I'm sorry. I'm about 35, 40 seconds ahead of you guys. So when you're posting, it's from what I said 45 minutes, 45 seconds ago. Yeah, definitely Diet Coke because I don't have liquor. I gotta go to the store tomorrow. Tomorrow I'm gonna go get some. I want to keep something in here for to celebrate the last box. When I finish the last box, oh, Irish cream. Okay, guys, I'm admitting it to you, but I have no problem admitting it. I am a wimpy drinker. I I don't drink whiskey. Well, Southern Comfort, but that's cheap stuff, and mixed with Coke sometimes. Whiskey's okay. I don't like Scotch. I'm not a Scotch guy. Can't stand cognac. I got a story about cognac for you. I'll on my next one. I'll do the cognac story for you. But Irish cream, um, amaretto cream, Kahlua, those kind of things. Sweet, creamy liqueurs. Oh yeah, or amaretto. Amaretto is good. I'll take that as well. I like the super super sweet tasting stuff. That's that's the key for me. It's my drink of choice, as they were. My favorite all-time drink is probably there's a few. One of them is there's a what was it called? I think it was called Coqui. Coqui. It's kind of like an eggnog type of drink, very heavily spiked with rum. That's a good one. And I also enjoy. There's this drink Talea, Talea. It's an amaretto cream. I'm a big fan of that one. And other than that, I like the sweet stuff. Took me a long while to get accustomed to, acclimated, whatever, to acquire the taste of alcohol. I still could take it or leave it. I got a buddy of mine who loves Crown Royal. But two more. Let me go ahead and put both of the before I forget one of them. Let me go ahead and put both of the um, shrink wraps in them. What happened with profanity? Let me see. No, that wasn't profanity. Yeah, I agree with the beer comment. I've never tasted piss, but I would imagine that that's what it tastes like beer. Yep, yep. See, my wife enjoys white wine on occasion, and and I got lots of friends that are wine drinkers. Yeah, Amarula cream is fantastic. Absolutely, absolutely. Yeah, I do enjoy that one as well. I have tried that one. So there are lots of friends who um, share the affinity for wine, and we go to parties, and I'll either have my Diet Coke, or if I'm or if I know I'm not going to be driving for a while and there is an Irish cream or something, then I'll have some of that. But for the most part, I'm not a wine or beer drinker. Not for the most part. Not at all. Yep. Amarula is pretty good. A couple of times I go to the liquor store and ask for the amaretto cream, and then they go, "Here you go," and they give me the amarula cream. I go, "That's not what I asked for, but okay, thank you." They just didn't understand. Boy, I use these connectors like they're going out of style. 9 o'clock, pushing the 4 hour mark in a couple minutes. But I'll finish when I got these two done. I'm surprised I've gone 4 hours without hunger pains. Any of you that know me, I'll be munching on something every 2 to 3 hours. What? Don't you worry, I'll get my fill tonight. Let's see. I'm going to go for some pot stickers tonight. Yeah, that's what I'll get. There's this. Oh, you're going to head out? Oh, sweet. Have a good one, Dean. Yeah, the elephants. Have a great evening. Thanks for joining. And let's see here. 1, 2, 3, 4. Almost done. Almost done. Almost done. I think it takes about 7 minutes per, so shouldn't be here too much longer. Let's find out. It's 4 o'clock exactly. I'm starting one now. I have to look into this Weller because it's funny that sometimes I'm soldering regularly like this and it shuts off on me. And sometimes it doesn't. And it's the weirdest thing in the world because if you leave it alone, it shuts off. But I thought it always shut off no matter what after you turn it on after a certain time, but apparently it has some sort of a sensor. But I don't know what sensor or where. Interesting to find out. Last time I did one of these impromptu soldering sessions on a Sunday, I got a sale out of it, oddly enough. And this time, I don't think so. Or I would have heard something, but Let's see. Do you have the one? Yeah, the one I have has the adjustable temperature control. It's I always keep it at 335 Celsius. And you put it at 450, and then it turns the iron black, and it's a pain. It's like with everything else; it depends on what you're soldering. Okay, heat shrink time. Guess it took less time than I thought. I'm going on 4 minutes, and I should be ready for the next one in about a minute. All right, Big D. Good to see you. I'm just about done. I'm probably 5 minutes away from shutting her down because I've got the. Have a good one, and I'll see you tomorrow. And because I got one more left. And yep, 5 minutes. That should be how long this one takes, roughly. Let's see. Yeah, I am gonna head over, and so I like these things called chicken pot stickers. There's this particular brand that they sell it. It's very few places that sell it, and they sell it in the frozen food aisle. And I love them. They're just very very tasty, and I you could normally you could boil them. They're basically like some kind of chicken dumplings kind of thing, but it's got like a paste inside, and you can boil them. But I after I boil them, I toast the pasta. You know. All right, have a good one, Kevin. Good to see you. Thanks again for coming by, and I'll catch you later's. So yeah, that's what I'm gonna have tonight. I think. And the last one, my friends, the last solder of the evening. Here we go. That completes 16 connectors. 5 connections each. Well, 4 on this side. Let me see. Nope, 5 on this side. 5 on that side. That's 10 connections each, 10 solder joints each. So, let's see. We got 4 hours. And we have a total of, let me see, 4 hours times 60. 240. Total of 5, 10 times 16, 160. So 160 divided by, nope, sorry, 240 minutes divided by 160 soldering connections. That's 1.5 minutes, which is pretty good when you come to think about it, because usually my average is about 2 minutes. So I have done about an average of 1.5 minutes per connection, which is about right. So based on that, the 231 connections that I have will take 346 minutes per box, or just about 5 3/4 hours each, just in case you're wondering. And that's just plain math. There are some that take less, very few that take more. I mean, they took more in the beginning, but I got really good at it. So I'm going to heat shrink these last few connectors. And the rest of the evening, I'm not going to bore you with the continuity tests, because I'm going to go grab something to eat now. But that's pretty much what I'll be doing. I'll just be tagging them. That takes a lot less time. So by the end of tonight, late night, I will have had all my connectors completed. Once again, I thank everybody for watching. I'm going to shut this down now, so I'm going to bid my goodbyes right now. Thank you, everybody, for coming to see me, and have a wonderful day. And tomorrow night, around 8 p.m., we'll do a small one. I'm going to do an hour and a half, which is about the time it takes me to put one of the boxes together. So that's exactly what I'm going to do, is put one of the boxes together. Okay, folks, you have a wonderful evening, and thanks again for joining. Bye-bye.